What's up? Hello. Yo, yo. How are things, Connor? How are things, Vic?
Yay, good.
Doing pretty good. Had some more eggs. People are losing their minds around here because I keep making eggs. They don't want to eat eggs every day, but I love eggs, so I will eat eggs every day. So besides that, no problems. I rewatched a little bit of my Zerg expansion video trying to take some mental notes for the commentary, but I actually think that besides trailing off in a few places, which I'm still attempting to get better at, we are seeing some... that's at least, like, you know, it's at least justifying itself based on its humor and its comedic value. So I'm okay with how the commentary was, even though it wasn't super educational, really. There's some nuggets there, but it's mostly just like stuff everybody's already heard before a million times, as far as I can tell. Otherwise, tested out the One Gate Expo. It actually got attacked by the 3 racks or 4 racks or whatever. I think this is a 4 racks early pressure build. Maybe not. I just wrote all these down, so I should know. Oh, the BBS. Yeah, the BBS build hit the One Gate Expo build, but they were still able to riposte without losing too much. I think they lost like a couple of these. They lost a Zealot and 2 Dragoons or something. That wasn't too bad. But I thought that was humorous because we've always seen the AI just smashing everything in their way with no... Like the Protoss AI does not give a fuck. They just smash everything. So it was neat to see them get attacked first for a change. So yeah. The fact that it was able to repel that attack and still, you know, expand relatively on time, I thought that was promising enough, so ended up posting it. It's pretty good there. Let's take a look at this. Gross. Oh, man. Why does Blizzard have to do that? Got a virtue signal, man. Gotta tell everybody, hey, we're virtuous. We think Black Lives Matter, too. We think... Yeah, black people are human. And if you agree with us, you'll buy our products. What the fuck? What's wrong with these people? I swear, it just gets more and more confusing. Oh shit, it's a song with this psychotic instrument. Get ready. So I didn't think I would have made as much progress as I did yesterday, but I've made a lot of progress. So the question now becomes whether or not what we really want to do at this point. So there's a couple of things that are in the works behind the scenes. iQuire is working on the build queue command, which is going to be pretty big, honestly. So I'll pull up the documentation on that command and put that on here. So mostly the big part about build queue is creating a system that works like the upgrade queue, where it bypasses the request system, and using that system for builds. So that's the biggest deal. After that, it'll be doing all the flags. So in that sense, we have I have to add some stuff that I talked about with him, but all the flags themselves are going to be pretty big in that sense. And basically, build queue is going to it's going to be a catch-all command. So there's going to be stuff like wait until I own a certain amount of things before I try to build stuff. Wait until I have the tech requirements for the structure I'm trying to build to create the request. Wait until there's creep or power in the base layout. Or wait until there are not creep or power. It's mostly going to be for like, hey, I want to build my command center, but I don't want to build it halfway across the fucking map like a lunatic. So maybe what I'll do instead is I'll wait for creep. You know, being able to put that kind of flag down. So yeah, we're going to change a lot of that stuff up. But once this command is in, I think after that we'll be working on a command similar to it for upgrades, but mostly like I just need an add upgrade command, really, that works like add build, where so the upgrade blocks for my melee AI are super inefficient, and that's one thing that I did want to resolve, but I don't really know how I should resolve it. It's inefficient across two metrics. One of which being actual gameplay performance, which is what I care about the most, but also in terms of code base, like it's not very readable and it's pretty over-engineered. The problem is I can't figure out a way to, like, either I'm going to over-engineer a solution like I have right now, or I'm going to under-engineer a solution where it's like so basic and primitive in terms of the system that I'm being forced to use currently. That will result in the AI the AI script being way longer than it really should be for a variety of different reasons. So I think a sort of middle ground right now is to separate each upgrade into its own block, request that upgrade, but have like prerequisites within that block, and this will make the script larger than it currently is, even after I axe all of the existing stuff, right? But it will make the code more readable, I think, and it also means that we'll have in the build threads themselves, we could end up using stuff like that, but the other issue, and the other reason why this is over-engineered, is because the upgrades are meant to last forever, even if the main town gets destroyed. So I don't really want to put the upgrade requests into the main town. You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense to me, because the whole point is to remove them from the main town so they can exist outside of it. And that's where I think it's probably better at this point to separate each individual upgrade into its own block, and then based on the personality at hand, call that block in different aspects, or multi-run that block, similar to what I'm doing right now. Yeah, the thing is that every time I try to come up with an alternative solution, I come back to the same problem. I come back to the same implementation, basically. So I guess I can just try to refactor the same implementation and see if I can improve it in terms of how efficient it is. I am still concerned about efficiency, because I'm trying to use all of the, say, like, the block that does engineering bay upgrades for infantry armor. I'm trying to use the same block for all personalities, and the catch is that different personalities will run that block, execute that code, at different times based on different conditions. Unfortunately, that doesn't really work out as well as I would like, because the only condition I have that I can use right now that's specific to individual personalities or whatever, without making it even more over-engineered, which I might have to do, while keeping the whole thing in one block of a loop that every 10 seconds loops through this and checks to see what it needs to multi-run. This is like the best way that I can do it, right? So the only conditions I can check for running infantry armor or marine range or whatever, the only conditions I have are shit like for academies. Like, do I have an academy? Do I have an engineering bay? And then somewhere down the line, it gets a little bit more vague, like it waits for 2 starports to get some other stuff, like ship weapons and stuff like that. So it's waiting for different stimuli depending on what build it is. So for the mech stuff, they're obviously we have starports, so the conditions are actually like, oh, if I have even one control tower, I'll multi-run this stuff, but odds are it's not going to be super important. Like, I guess the Wraith and Wyvern could be 2 or whatever. Good morning, Mutas Dozen. How are you? At this point, I think the biggest issue is that this solution is very over-engineered. What I basically need to be able to do is, like, I think it would be better to loop through a series of requests that do upgrade add or something. So if we were to take this to another thread on the side here, we can set our language to ASC3 so the formatting is the same. So currently, for the upgrade gen, we're waiting for an engineering bay to request upgrade infantry armor. And if we had like an upgrade queue request, similar to build queue, what build queue is proposed to be. Obviously, we have an upgrade queue command already, but if this was like upgrade ext or something, or I don't know what you would call it, but we'll leave it as upgrade queue for now. But whatever the command it would end up becoming, if we were able to do something like T infantry armor 88. So that's the current syntax, but then we could add flags that would check certain commands. So we would say max 5. We'll say, first of all, we'll say add max 5, because that's the maximum number of times we can do it, right? We'll say not in progress. So this checks to see if there's already a T infantry armor upgrade actively being researched right now. And if there is, then ignore this command. And then we could also say wait own. We'll just say own engineering bay. At least one engineering bay. And then we'll say, like, what else? What other kinds of things would we be checking for in an ideal world? We could wait for resources, but I think it's fine to create the request and then just tell the AI to get it when they have the money. I don't think that's necessary here. I guess we would write queue so that it would queue it instead of a request. Or we could just leave it blank if we wanted to, I guess. But either way, that's like another flag we would want for this scenario. I'm just trying to spitball like how to actually improve the tool set that we're using. Hell yeah, you are, Iquare. Yeah, I was just talking about the fact that you were working on that, and I was trying to sort out what I want out of the upgrade stuff. I think maybe we should probably be calling build queue something different than build queue, because it's clearly more than just queuing it. So maybe we could call it like build new or build some sort of different command name for it, that we can then use the naming convention of that for everything, like upgrades, tech, and I guess train. Build expander, build new. Yeah, I'm thinking like build new, upgrade new, something basic like that is probably fine. So we can call this upgrade new. So the syntax I'm working with, that would actually work. It's even easier. Build you. The syntax I'm working with right now is that it takes the same syntax of the default upgrade command, right? Quantity, upgrade ID, priority. And then we would say, like, here's all the flags. So we have add, max 5. And those together are like add build, but for upgrades. That's what I was talking to you about in DMs earlier, Iquare. Then we have not in progress, which I guess we should just do in progress false, which just checks to see if there's already a structure researching a level of this upgrade, and if this upgrade is being researched by one of their structures, don't add it to the request because it's not necessary. It's basically like a sanity check in the form of a flag. Maybe in progress false should actually be the default behavior, but we can figure that one out later. I think the flag is still useful anyway. Then we have own, so it's like, do I have at least one engineering bay globally, so it doesn't have to be tied to this specific town. Maybe we could even do player ID too, so 13, so current player, at least one engineering bay global. Just in case we want to do something really weird where hey, if my ally has a starport, then I want to get siege mode, or like whatever bizarre thing we could come up with as far as ideas there. I could see some very niche cases for that, so we should probably add the ability for it. And then queue to tell it to queue instead of request. So I guess we would just say type queue instead of, and have type request. Something like that. And then I don't know what other kinds of flags we would throw in there. I think so we'll also call this build new instead of build queue. Obviously, building is a bit more complicated because it includes stuff like base layout flags and whatnot. So it would say match layout. Play structure at base layout with matching string, with fire matching value. Because that means we obviously need base layout as a script command, like you were saying. So basically this command would also end up replacing add build, I suppose, because it provides you with more robust conditionals. say player ID, %2 operator, 3 quantity, 4 unit ID, 5.
Why?
Relative, like, add 1 barracks for every, well, maybe relative resources or something, but it's probably fine to do that every so often instead of all at once. So the other thing is, instead of waiting, I would like to have wait be an optional thing that you activate in the script through an operator. So it would, in this case, I don't think wait rec. I mean, maybe wait rec is a nice shorthand to have, actually, in cases where you do want it to wait, or something like that. But yeah, add relative based on resources might even be useful for like units as well, but I'm not sure. No, without wait rec, it would add it to the request without necessarily having the proper unit requirement. So it's like build this evolution chamber even if you don't have any hatcheries. Like add this to your request list even if you don't have any hatcheries. I imagine in most cases you would want to wait for it, but adding it as a sanity check yourself, I think, makes more sense. It's just, it's nice to have the shorthand. Anyway. Yeah, never use your last turn to make a building. It might be useful as a shorthand for, like, so you don't have to write own 13, at least 1 hatchery global, lock 63 or whatever. Well, I guess with... I don't even know what you would call this. I'm calling it town check. Right, yeah. I was hoping that we could also get the AI's default building placement before they factor in creep and use that, but it's probably not possible to do that because they probably automatically interpret creep or power as differently than normal tiles or whatever. Like, I don't think Protoss would want to build a gateway somewhere they don't have power. I think, like, before they even get to that point. Yeah, should be really great. Yeah, in this case, I think the tile stuff can be done in a different way. So we can say, like, tile. I'll say two operators, 3 flag. maybe. Yeah, well, I think it's still technically broken, right? Because we haven't fixed stacking, but I know what you mean. Don't need to list what Boolean means, I don't think. Everybody understands that. What's up, Veek? New base, yeah, so new layout would be base layout for script, like a script subcommand version of base layout. We haven't actually figured out what stuff it's going to have, but it will have identifiers, which is like the only thing we know for sure we're going to add, and those identifiers will then be able to be used through build new to match layout. So we'll probably just change this to layout as a flag, and the layout will only have one value. But I suppose you would be able to, like, what's it called? So basically, you'd be able to combine. Like, say you have a base layout. I don't actually have any script with base layouts open, which is really weird because I've been using them for every script up until this point, up until the melee stuff. But if you happen to have new layout set up so that it's identical to base layout. So here we have base layout. I don't even remember the syntax. How embarrassing. It's like hatchery, coordinates. What is it? 11255? Or no, 125550 for the priority. And then so new layout would be the same thing, but it would be we would throw down like main hatch or something like that. Whatever you wanted to do. So you could do like H1, something super shorthand. You could do something more obvious. And then in build new, you would do build new, 1 hatchery. We would say, if we didn't want any flags, we would obviously say 0 for that, and then we would do, say, 72 or 90 for the priority. But then we would say, like, the flags would be layout H1. I think maybe if you used 2, so if you're talking about like build new 1 hatchery, resources, say 13, at least 300 ore. And then 2 ands. I think if you did 2 ands here, it would be fine to know that. I guess the problem then is if you parse it, you'd have to have like another parentheses wrapped around the first thing so that you could then do more stuff after it if you were going to set it up that way. So you could do an own at least 1 drone. So it's already like all of these things here when they're just separated with pipes, with a single pipe. All of those are already and like all of these must be valid, otherwise you wouldn't put them in there. Right, yeah. I see what you're saying. This one down at the bottom, Connor, is your 2-hatch Ultra. Well, they are binary operators, but we've always used a single pipe to separate flags. Well, you've got 2 Ultra builds, one of which is 3-hatch, the other of which is 2-hatch. The 2-hatch one gets Ultras out faster, but has less of an economy behind it. They're 2 distinct builds, but they're both in the game right now. Are they? Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. Yeah, Veek, I understand that that's what you use for flags normally. I just mean it's been syntax forever to use the single pipe, and we never even had the and. The pipe was and, basically. It was like a very simple way to separate out stuff like that. Right. So action specifically within idle tactics uses binary operations, but idle orders uses pipes. A lot of idle tactics stuff. A lot of script stuff uses pipes, just for the sake of saying this is also something you must satisfy, and that's pretty much it. Well, I think it would be useful to lay out some guidelines for that and make it consistent so that we did have something that we immediately know what's happening when we look at it. The problem is that it's such a very specific syntax that we're very imprisoned by it, which is why we put together the scripts. Like, Iquare made the script subcommand setup so that he could have arbitrary numbers of conditions, or arguments rather, that we didn't need to hard code the number of arguments that you had. Like, for example, bring jump. The amount of times I don't actually need to define a block for bring jump or deaths or kills or any of those commands, it's like I shouldn't have to write blank every time, but I do because of the very limited way that PyAI is set up. Well, I think that is a PyAI specific limitation, but now that we have the script command, in theory we could just throw all of the commands eventually into script. Right, because we've got build new, that will just replace all build commands. I don't think I'll ever use a default build command because it's not going to be necessary. So eventually we'll get to the point where we're using pretty much entirely scripts, besides stuff like call, go to. There's some header commands that we probably don't need to replace, but. I think the biggest issue is the fact that these script commands we need to figure out some way to parse them in a different way. Like most of the issue is names, so that it's easy for us to write. Because at some point, build new or upgrade new, as like they're useful names for now, but it is really annoying to write it out in that sense. Like, it's definitely difficult or just an added bit of arduousness for the scripter to have to write underscore new at the end of the design. Oh yeah, that is another concern, is performance because of the parsing. But I thought, based on what you said here, where it says it isn't the case for custom script because it won't execute very often. Even waits have a minimum delay of 30. We probably don't have... We probably will not have performance hits, at least especially on release builds. I'm not sure if that's real, but... You can let me know if I'm corrected. Yeah, not yet. I'm still working on that. I want to make sure that everything is good here. Yeah, who knows how long that would take. I think you did say you were interested in doing that at some point, but you'd have a lot of functionality to port, you know what I mean? Maybe it's less work than I'm thinking it would be. Trying to make this a little bit more readable at first glance, using different callouts here. Yeah, hopefully it would also solve performance in addition to being more flexible for what we need. Alright, I don't know if there were other flags that we were going to talk about. We already converted into just layout. Put add, subtract. Actually, I think maybe that is actually everything. Right, yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to it then, but for sure we can just continue to work with what we got here. And if I understand correctly, all of the work that we've done with Rust, like all of the new commands that we've added, we'll be able to take the functionality of those commands in the AI script extender plugin, and we'll still be able to use the same functionality with our new script system, right? So it's not like we're throwing out all of the old work. We're just throwing out the PyAI specific work. And like the Python side of things. And using our own parser. I guess you were writing parsing anyway, but you won't have to be beholden to the Python shit. Alright, so that's add and subtract. We're good there. Just gotta double check. Wait, what is the operator in tile? Maybe just to make sure that we have everything that we might need, or whatever. But we could probably rename the all of those to, like, we could have the Brood War prefix on them, like BW_build or some, you know, all of the old stuff could be BW_ or old_ or whatever. All right, I just put in the new syntax for build new. Hopefully, it makes sense. And with that, I shall BRB to use the bathroom. Classic. Okay, now that we're back, it is time to add the other command stuff. Trying to make this a little bit less wobbly here, if at all possible. So this is a better way of doing the Boolean stuff, I think. I'll add this over to build new as well. Hold the phone. Yeah, that's way better. All right, so that's if rec and own. Okay. Should have some examples for sure. just want to make sure I actually have the syntax memorized correctly here. Yeah, I was wrong because I forgot the set. Quantity. I'm sure we'll end up adding flags down the line at some point, but... Yeah, resource type can be ore, gas, or any, but you can also have multiple resource types. So if you wanted to do ore and gas, but with different quantities, you could do that. For example, if I wanted to build one spire, I could do something like at least 200 ore resources. Holy shit, that's not resources. Resources 13, at least 150 gas. So I could do something like this if I wanted to. So I've also added upgrade new and new layout. Those are in there. Epic. Okay, so I think we're done with the maintenance at this point. And we can get to the point where we are starting on the slightly more exciting stuff. It does remain... It's a little annoying to jump into the pipeline before we've really taken a hard, long look at the system that we're using for stuff like upgrades, which I definitely want to significantly overhaul and improve. The sort of light at the end of the tunnel there, or the silver lining, I should say, is whatever I end up doing for the individual scripts is going to be different anyway. Like for a personalities script, it's going to be different. It's going to be condensed, and all the fat's going to be trimmed off because it's only going to need to cover one personality with a couple of build orders and certain edge cases taken into account. Really, I think the build orders would probably be like done in a melee style where they're kind of randomized in some capacity. So in theory, you could run this in a melee type environment and they would adapt to any individual map. But then once we get down to specific maps, there'd probably be very specific openers, like one opener that at some point might, depending on certain conditions, it might deviate into a different opener, but they would always do the same opener in at least in the early missions, and then maybe they would take into account bank data that would track, how frequently this player attacks in the early game or something, and we could do something like that as a little bit of adaptive difficulty if we wanted to, but it's not even required, I don't think. It's something that's very difficult to get right anyway, so. What's up, Luciferius? Spent the first hour or so of the stream adding new commands to the wish list so that iQuare can have even more things to take a look at. It's very epic. Now we're going to be moving on, but right before I do that, I actually did want to add one more command to this wish list, actually. What do we want here? %1. What is the syntax for player combat? 'Cause that's going to be important here. Area operator. So we would do quantity for type. What's going on with your meetings, huh? You meeting Batman? I think we would do area block player. Yeah, that was weird that that guy's still active playing, actively playing Rudor. I mean, I guess that's not so weird, but it was weird that he was in it on stream with you, hanging, and recognized my name. That does remind me, though. I remember you were talking about trying to install Starcraft, the older version. There is a download link I just put in the chat, or a link to a guide that will walk you through everything. It looks a little large, but it's really not that. A lot of the stuff is like only if you need to play in windowed mode or play in multiplayer. Capturing in OBS if you wanted to stream or record, and then there's like a little word on playing mods and stuff. Yeah. So whenever you have some time and you want to explore that, that's basically what I've compiled it just for the express purpose of allowing people to pop that open and easily put it together. So should work out pretty well, I guess. Okay, so we'll say there. Okay. Yeah, he seems like a pretty chilled out person. It was I had never heard him talk, so it was really funny because I've heard Voyager, the guy I referenced on your stream. I heard that guy talk all the time because we used to play mods together and stuff on just game nights. And Vrail sounds like if Void just ripped a fat bong hit and then started talking. That's what I imagine Vrail or a Void would sound like. Hi, and that's exactly what Vrail sounded like. So that's why I was like teasing him about weed. I don't even know if he smokes, but that's what it sounds like to me. Just got that little bit of a rasp going. I think you've been in here with Father Eat Ass before too. Is that guy on your stream ever? I only know him because of his name, pretty much. That's all the only reason why I know him. I've never heard him speak, or at least I don't think I have. So I have no idea if that guy's like actually somebody who plays the game, or if he just if he is just guy in the chat in Artosis streams or something. I don't know anything about that. Oh, okay. I didn't know if he actually was like, you know, a living human being or just a father eating ass. Nice guy, though. Real strange stuff happening in the Starcraft category of Twitch. Yeah, exactly. So we get any... Let's see... There probably should be another victim type for this, but really I can only think of like allowing a specific unit ID, which you could then also just limit to buildings if you wanted to. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's fine. And then, is there anything else? I don't think so. That should be fine. Say damage, don't. I forget what foes were. 14. Maybe we'll move the over here. build B, not bug B. There we go. Okay. Should be good. Okay, I think we can now move on to actually working on some AI after that little final detour that we took. Although I can't ever really say final detour. I don't think I know a captain. I left after you fought that clown that was building bunkers inside his own base to try to bunker hop your zealots. That game, I stayed until the end of that game, and then I went to bed. I couldn't take it anymore. I really couldn't believe that guy fucking bunker hopped inside his own base. What a lunatic. What's wrong with him? Oh, okay. Reasonable. You know, it's just a classic name. I don't. Everybody's known to do that once in a while. Oh, he got banned immediately or something? Shit. All right, so there was one more, like one other thing that I wanted to do for the resource area stuff to track mining bases that I might use for some calculations. Like, I don't even know. Like, instead of town count, well, in addition to town count, I guess, we would have stuff like active mining bases or something like mining count, and we would subtract that every time the resources were below a certain threshold. The same time that we use to, for example, if we look at main worker. So in main worker, we have this stuff that goes between like either main worker or main worker low. And in this case, we would probably have to do something like, main worker start or something like that, which would do var set 1, or mining count 113. And I guess instead of set, we're subtract and add. And so we would then say, we would do this for a while, and we would only be jumping up, back and forth whenever we needed to for this particular purpose. So I think that would work out, if only because it would result in obviously we started things out with a mining count of 1 because they have 1 base at the beginning of the game. I think that would work for keeping track of certain things. The main issue is that we come to an impasse in the Zerg section where main worker is done in a very different way. Right? But maybe it's still okay. Let's take a look. Main worker low is still insular, so main worker low start. So, I think all we would do here is we would... Well, maybe it's fine that we have this instead of at the beginning. I don't really think it's that big of a deal, even though it is slightly inefficient. It's so that we have guaranteed high worker counts in the main at the beginning, even if for whatever reason you started the melee AI out in a base that was depleted or something. But maybe maybe in that sense it is better as a safety check. So maybe we grab this, put it here. Yeah, it might be better anyway. Get rid of this. Okay. I think we're good there. It has to be more complicated for Zerg because of all of the limitations to it. There's a dog. All right. So that's the only other thing I was thinking of. I don't really know what to use mining count for, but now we have a way to keep track of it. I think maybe it could be used for things like... I was also thinking of maybe multi-threading something per expansion, but then we get too close to like the thread limit per AI, which I think is still 100 or something. I'm not sure. Oh, never mind. Thread limit is 8,000, so I don't think we'll be having any issues there. But still, if I don't have to create another thread for something, I would like to keep it that way. All right, so we're going to be writing an AI for Raynor. In this case, I don't even know what we would write the... script as. Let's see. All right, so I do want to document. So we'll start to document what those end up being. Well, I got a piece, so I'll do that. And then I'll do the rest. some exciting stuff happening behind the scenes, just talking about use cases and back-end implementation of a lot of these different commands that I've proposed. But for now, I think it's time to get good. So first things first, we're going to take all of the build stuff and delete it, because we don't need it. All this stuff is fine. Hell yeah. So obviously we can mess around with the define maxes a little bit later when we know a bit more about what we're looking for. Now all we care about here is the BIOS stuff. Okay, so we're good there. Very, very minor changes here. I'm glad I'm basically using this opportunity to proofread, which is nice. What's up, Mandy TV? Or Mandol TV? I'm not sure. Always hard for me to read I's and L's, capital I's and lowercase L's. But welcome anyway, however you say your name. So, Project Hydra. If you implement the little Twitch command !Hydra in the chat, you'll get a whole host of information. But basically, it's a large-scale reimagining of the game, Starcraft, Brood War. We're going to be redoing the first 3 campaigns, as well as the tech trees, a lot of new art, a lot of new tile sets, a lot of new units and stuff like that. Bunch of new custom AI. In fact, we have Melee AI support. I've been working on that for the past couple weeks. And we have we're starting out on the AI pipeline for some of the missions as we speak. Yeah, pretty much. It's a real new look. Oh, nice. Oh, this looks way more organized, too. Nice job on that. I'm looking at the Zerg one. The first post looks much better. So I see you actually do have a couple of different branches based on, I assume, based on what they actually want to do. So this is the third. So it looks like branch 2 is the 2-hatch Ultra, and branch 1 is the 3-hatch Ultra. I'm cursory glancing here, so I could be wrong. Oh, that's cool. You guys have a national team. Well, this is not something that you can play on Remastered. It's a mod, so there's a bunch of new things. You're more than welcome to give it a crack if you want to, but it's its own thing. It's its own, like, You could consider it an expansion pack if you wanted to. Something like that. It's not really meant to be the same original StarCraft that you know. Sub Ultralisks. Well, I was working a little bit on the documentation of the new AI commands that I want. Now we're gonna go ahead and do a little demonstration for Mr. Mandy over here, but I am also working on a Rainer AI personality and giving it just a nice once-over of the whole AI script. See what systems I can improve. All right, so here we've got a bunch of different build orders happening. This is a 2v2 on a nighttime map called Moonlit Outpost. It's actually made by somebody else, not me, but made by my buddy Balethal. So red is going BBS, Barracks Supply build order. Blue is going to go 3 Hatch Hydra. Teal is going to go 1 Gate Expo, 1 Gate Goon Expo. And I think this is still set to 2 Hatch Ultra, but I meant to set it to 3 Hatch Flood. I may have forgotten to do that. So purple might be a little slow on the draw here. We'll see what happens. So, not a whole lot of massive changes. What you may have noticed is that the players started with 6 SCVs or 6 workers. And they also start with 100 resources, 100 ore minerals, instead of 50. So early game is a little bit accelerated, but not too much. I didn't want to go super crazy with it because I think the early game is really, really important. The question just becomes whether or not it is, too fast or not. So we might reduce the starting resources back down to 50 or something. But it's nothing too crazy right now. Yeah, I believe this is the 2 Hatch Ultra build. Yeah. Oh, I'm right there with you. It's because they were, it was basically investors couldn't figure out how to justify having an early game. As if that's a legitimate excuse to remove it. It's like, our market research shows that people find the early game boring. It's like, wow. You figured that one out on your own. There's some pretty significant tech tree changes to the game that don't really get shown off in the early stages by these builds. For example, Terrans can build an armory before they build a barracks, and an armory unlocks either a factory. Well, it actually unlocks the other 3 structures. It unlocks factory, starport, science facility. So if you wanted to, you could get up to mech units or air units without even building a barracks. In fact, one of the stronger builds is 2-port Wraith from Armory. So you go I think you do it's 8 depot, 9 gas, and then it's a 10 or 11 armory into some other stuff here. So we do have a pretty strong first attack force coming out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Marines. Protoss will be able to hold. They already got 2 Zealots and a Dragoon coming up, so I'm not too worried about them. But unfortunately, there's no micro for the AI yet. But eventually there will be. Hey, look, a straggler Marine is on the way. They might lose the Dragoon. Oh, there we go. He got fucked up. I like that this Marine is not running away. There'll be about like 6 Dragoons in their first attack wave from what I remember. So 3H Hydra is still going. Kind of a late gas, but you know. And yes, the 2-port Wraith build, pretty nasty. Hey, at least Mutalisks do full damage to them. It could be worse. Mutalisks deal full damage, whereas Hydralisks deal like half damage or 33% damage or something. Yeah, they deal no damage to Wraiths. So if you go Hydra and they go fast Wraith, they will kill you with Wraiths. Because Wraiths are now small units, just like Marines or whatever, so Ghosts, ironically, snipe them out of the skies pretty easily. There we go, another Marine follow-up. I should probably add like a medbay or something into this build earlier than this point, but they save gas for tanks. This follow-up here is just like, how much damage can we do in the early stages? They sneak into the side area, mass up before the strike. Hey, a single Achmed. Oh, shit, 2 Achmeds. Look the fuck out. It's Achmed. You know, Achmed, the counter to Dragoons. Actually, Firebats have a really sick upgrade in the late game. Makes them deal full damage to buildings. So, if you're not careful, it requires a science facility. Not a cheap upgrade either. It's but it's pretty powerful. Achmed, A-C-K-M-E-D. He's pretty cool. I actually explained it in the latest podcast. Basically, Achmed is a character from a comedy project that has been in development for a long time. Achmed is a Firebat hero. Hi. Hello. How are you? Ah! Okay, hi. How's it going? Don't mind me, I'm just Achmeding your probes. Oh no! Ah, what a travesty. They might actually be in trouble here. All their Dragoons left for greener pastures. The question is there anything to stop this counterattack? I see a couple Marines, and that's about it. However, there's still 2 Firebats loose in the mineral line. See ya. Could imagine going bio against Protoss and winning. But yeah, Achmed is basically just it is an inside joke in a way. But it's pretty, well, if only his ally was actually helping. Would have been an epic 200 IQ play. Instead he's massing up for an attack of his own. Dude, there's so many probes dead over here. He's reduced to nothing. Oh, he is helping. He was massing up for defense. Very clever move. Well, there you go. I would say the Terrans definitely went out on that trade. Holy shit. Hey, thanks, Week. So, you know, I don't really know how you would consider the joke or whatever. I think I look at it like it's a very bizarre... a very, very bizarre reality where basically Achmed turned into something really different later on in his life. Achmed started out as just a inside joke character, and then after a while he became a guy who really liked chicken, but specifically Micken, which was made from cooking midgets from the midget dimension, because he went to a midget dimension in his first campaign. And then after that, he, at some point, I decided he was going to be a pickle farmer. Like, that was his upbringing, was farming pickles with his father. And that's also when I gave him his last name, Saugatuck. So Ahmed Saugatuck, the pickle farmer of Saugatuck Pickles Incorporated. Pretty cool guy. Looks like they have the range upgrade. Oh! Your base is under siege, asshole. What did you think? Ahmed Saugatuck was named Ahmed Saugatuck just because I liked the word Saugatuck? That's his last name, dude. +1 Carapace really coming in the clutch there. Meanwhile, more bio. More bio. I'm afraid we need more bio. Nice science facility. Here's the factory spam coming out, I think. I don't know where this guy's going or what he's doing. Oh, maybe he's taking an expansion somewhere. He might be grabbing this base since it's right south of his ally. And this one's taken, so it's the only base left. The Ultralisk upgrades that we're going to see coming out of Purple whenever he wakes up and starts building an Ultralisk Cavern is... what? Oh no! Not the Overlords! Oh shit, dude. Terrans are owning. I wonder where all of his units went. Oh, they're all over here. I feel like he had way more. I guess they all... Oh! Judging by the pile of Dragoon corpses, I think we might know what happened to them. Will we actually see Terrans beating Protoss? Dude, I don't think I've ever seen the Protoss actually lose. Besides that one game yesterday where they base traded and lost. That was just silly, because they refused to defend. In this case, they're actually trying to defend. It's just not working out very well. If only they had disruption weapons. Oh no. Blue's here to pick on him too. Oh, he's retaliating against the Corsair that bullied his Overlord. Fuck that Corsair, dude. Oh shit, you let him live with 3 health. Hey, there's a new unit. The Vorvaling. Moves faster when moving towards enemies. Tankier than the default Zergling, but way less DPS. Has way less attack speed. Looks like this attack will indeed be driven back. They are losing a lot of shit over there. Counterattack onto the Zerg 4th? Or maybe that's the 5th? However, backup from the Terran Armada shall stop that in its tracks. Nice tank. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Ultralisk Cavern finally done for this player. We might see some actual army. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at all these units. He's actually doing something. He's such a late bloomer. Uh-oh. Okay, he doesn't have a polyoid adhesive yet. If he did, that Nexus would be burning real quick. Oh! They must have, oh yeah, they had the Observer, or the Overlord detection. What's happening? I like that they're trying to set up some sort of weird-ass phalanx over here. There's another new unit, the Basilisk. When it burrows, it creates creep. Deals concussive damage. Pretty effective against sniping infantry. Can be upgraded so that if it attacks from max range, its attack bounces once. No, there is an Ultralisk over here. Okay. Also can be upgraded to get bonus range on creep. So you can imagine where that's... Uh-oh. Will they be able to save the Eagle Chamber? I'm not exactly convinced because they're trying to save their... Oh, it was upgrading too. That's another thing I've added to all of the different structures is that, as you can see, one of these Hydra dens is pulsating in a different way. That's where you know that there's something upgrading. You can also see gateways producing units over here. This is a gateway morph, a principality. This is also morphing into something else. So you're able to actually get more information based on that stuff.
animations for the robotics facility and stuff. I didn't make the animations for the gateway and robo facility. Those were somebody else. My art guy DF, but oh, he was almost drone drilling. Ah, didn't work out that time. Now there was a giant attack at some point. I don't know where, or it was a giant force at some point. I don't know where it went, but he should definitely be using that for defense at this point. Considering the number of shit that he's got to deal with. Oh yeah, Scourge. The classic counter. Oh shit. There's a bunch of Dragoons loose in your base, dude. Almost killed this scout too. Crucially, basilisks can't attack up, but they only deal concussive damage, so all they're going to do is get rid of the shields there. Lost the queen. Very expensive to lose. There we go. More concerted counterattack. I don't know why they're building Scourge. Are there even any science vessels there? Maybe he's trying to kill off queens or something. I don't know. And the Corsairs too. Like I don't know what's going on there. Oh shit! There we go. Nice melee attack force. Their melee upgrades got sniped. That was the evolution chamber death earlier that they are working to remedy. Oh, another base goes down. Trading blows here and there. Those are the Vorvalings. They move faster when moving towards enemies. If you can upgrade them so that they move faster when intercepting enemies. They're pretty tanky. They're mostly designed as a method of like intercepting units and sticking them out together. Oh shit, a single Ahmed getting about 50 kills over there. So this might actually be a dangerous enough attack that not only did it occupy all these forces over here for a pretty long amount of time. It doesn't look like we're seeing massive results, but he's doing some stuff. He's killing off some drones. The large Dragoon army. They have taken back this area. I expect the Protoss will be looking to grab that at some point. Purple might be grabbing that one on the right too. But a massive Hydra army. Connor, it's you. Disruption web is just not enough. No. Oh yeah, he's got tons. In fact, I don't even know what they're going to do to hold off against that. They're furiously rebuilding Reavers, and I assume Dragoons as well, hoping to bank more energy on their Corsairs. But, oh, there we go. If only they used it when it was actually useful. In the future, the Corsair ability will actually attach to them, and they'll be able to fly around and disable units below them. Obviously, that means that you want to protect them, and they are pretty weak units, so... Oh dear. Well, it looks like this counterattack was too much to handle. There's a huge army over here, but I don't think they're keen on helping. We're still not really able to get the AI to defend each other very effectively. We saw some pretty good defense moves, actually, from blue and red together. But for whatever reason, purple just left TL out to dry here. A very selfish player, to be honest. Yeah, I know. I mean, he's trying to wreak havoc over here. But the Ultralisk abilities, or upgrades rather, are also distinct. Oh shit, he got Broodlinged by he got like double Broodlinged or something. That's sick. It's rude. I was wondering what happened to his health. Oh, holy fuck, dude! A huge mech army. Now, don't let this map fool you. The Protoss are still the most difficult AI to beat in most cases. Nice Connor army. the Protoss are still fucking enormous in terms of the attacks that they can send out in the early game. If you ran the 4-gate personality, they would have so many. They would have like 12 zealots in your base at like 8 minutes in, maybe even earlier. So, what a mess. Meanwhile, yeah, Teal's been completely eviscerated. Zerglings don't know what to do either. Of course, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what I told you to do. I love the Scourge, sacrificial Scourge to pick off the Overlord. That's pretty good. They're getting decollided from eggs or something. Hard for me to tell. They were standing on a bunch of larvae. Meanwhile, yeah, Vorvelings would definitely occupy quite a bit of gameplay space, for sure. Well, Connor and his barracks supply ally won the fucking game. Is it any surprise? Double damage on the broodlings, naturally. And it's over. The last hive has fallen. See ya, nerd. GG. Now that's epic. Oh, you sent me 2 TXT files, Veek, for the pseudocode? I don't know if this is, Oh, okay. Yeah, Vorveling's movement speed is the default Zergling movement speed. They don't move faster than they don't. Maybe they get a slight speed boost from metabolic boost. I actually don't remember if that's the case. Yeah, take a look. So I'll say. It just says 150% for Zerglings. So yeah, I think Vorvelings don't get upgraded by metabolic boost. Obviously, I can just test it to make sure. According to the documentation we have on file here. Or maybe Adrenal Surge does it? Yes. So Adrenal Surge will give them the same speed boost that Metabolic Boost does. And will double their speed when moving towards enemies. Double their upgraded speed, which is pretty good. Looking for Hydra. So I got them. I think it's fine to... So they do move slightly faster than a speed upgraded Hydras. It's the same movement speed as... Actually, I'm not sure. Oh, it was just now finished. I don't actually see a speed boost increase. Yeah, so I don't think that. I think that's an old tooltip, is what that is. So yeah, they do move slightly faster than Hydras, but only slightly. Yeah, they do not have it from the upgrade. I thought they might have, but I was mistaken. So like obviously Zerglings move way faster than speed upgraded Hydras. So Hydras need a speed upgrade to keep up with Vorvalings, and even then they're a little slower. But it's not by much. The real question comes from like obviously they. You know, as you can see, they're moving much faster when they're moving towards the units than they are when they move away, right? Well, I could just open up the code and take a look. I don't think it's necessary for it to increase their movement speed. I'm pretty sure they were moving the same speed before and after, though. Because I was testing before, thinking it was after, and then it finished, and there was no change. So yeah, Vorvalings are pretty... I think that they were a really nice addition to the game state. I think, in general, Vorvalings and Basilisks wound up being used pretty widely, which is nice. So, like, Lurkers obviously still have their niche, and they might even end up being more like widely used, especially in the early stages, because they're more familiar, so people already know what they do. But Basilisks are kind of known as... They're a known quantity at this point, so... I think that's fine. I can't wait till we have less stringent limitations on the data arrays so I can add more add-ons for stuff like allowing the removing escalations, basically, and making it so that you just specialize your structure with the add-on. I think that's more akin to what the Terrans are already used to. Escalations are definitely more... It was an experiment. It was kind of a shot in the dark, but I can see why it didn't work out. It was just it's like a task that you have to build your stuff around, but it restricts it too much, I think. If you really wanted to allow Terrans to be more flexible, you would just allow them to either lift off, change the add-on, or build more production structures with the new add-on, which is the same thing that we were doing that with science facilities in vanilla. Now we're doing that with structures anyway, because we have medbay and covert ops for barracks. We have control tower and physics lab for starports. So that and we are obviously we had ComSat nuclear silo for command center. We're going to add quarry to that eventually. So I think that's fine. You're trading build space / move space in your map, in your base area. You're trading that for additional tech unlocks or whatever. I think that's fine. So we go over to unit speed. I'm not seeing a Vorvaling entry to this, so I don't think so. There's Vorvaling obviously over here, but... Yeah, so they used to get a speed upgrade, but it's commented out. So I disabled it at some point. So that should help assuage any doubt. Vorvalings are stuck at their default base movement speed until they get that upgrade and move towards enemies. Because by themselves, they are really useful units. You don't have to use larva like you argued about. You mentioned a while ago when you were talking about like you think Vorvalings might even be broken because you don't have to manage larva to increase your army strength in some capacity. They do significantly less DPS, but they attack. Well, they soak up a lot more damage. They have almost twice the amount of health They have 60 health versus 35 of a Zergling. That's only 25 minerals, 25 gas to morph them, so it's not that much of an additional cost. I think they don't really become cost efficient in most cases. Like from a purely numerical case, I don't think they become cost efficient until you get their upgrade. But that's one of the reasons why I think once I get to the point where we have more unit entries to use, when I add the Vorval Pond as a mutation to the spawning pool, I think that'll be a more nuanced and also more thematically consistent way to provide the various set of like tech tree customizations and stuff. And we don't need to have them have an upgrade. We just need to have them exist, right? So that can be a default behavior, is that they have that adrenal surge behavior where they charge towards enemy units to intercept them. That's fine. But I think that we need to increase the cost it takes to access them. So we would have like the spawning pool itself costs 200 minerals, and then you morph that spawning pool into a Vorval Pond, which might cost 100 minerals and 150 gas, or something of that nature, which sounds steep, but the upgrade for the Vorvalings is 150 minerals and 150 gas. So I don't think it's that steep, all in all. I think Lurkers deal really, really good base damage. The upgrade that they get just increases decreases the duration of their burrow animation, so they burrow faster. Basilisks gain extra range and extra DPS with their 2 upgrades, which I think is fine as well. But those units by themselves, there's not as much opportunity cost to using them. Melee units have higher opportunity costs because you have to get into melee range, where you guarantee that every unit in the game can attack besides siege tanks in siege mode. So when you're doing stuff like that, positioning and APM and stuff like that becomes more important. I'm not saying you can't get the cost efficiency out of the unit without their upgrade. And I don't even think it's a bad thing. I think it's just an aspect of the game, right? I'm not looking at it in a positive or negative light per se. But I think it's clear that the Vorvaling itself is a very different kind of unit in that sense, because it's a melee unit that needs to position well, and its combat role is mostly to disrupt combat and intercept enemy units and keep them locked down, right? In some capacity. Keep them targeting the Vorvaling instead of targeting the damage dealers, the DPS, right? So they're kind of a frontline damage absorption. Whereas even like Firebats and Zealots deal really good damage depending on what they're targeting, obviously. Firebats deal less overall damage than Zealots. But they have higher DPS potential with Stimpak, and they're also there to intercept attacks by attacking them in the front line. Vorvalings don't do DPS. They don't really handle a lot of that stuff. The strength of Vorvalings comes from the fact that they can accelerate towards enemy units. And it's like, it's not really making up for bad positioning or poor positioning in my mind, because you're actually usually taking that into account when you're taking fights, if you're a good player. You're like, okay, I know my Vorvalings can actually bridge this gap faster than maybe the enemy suspects, faster than most other units in the game can, so I'm going to take that into account and run straight towards them, but only after a certain range. Like, first I'm going to position my Hydralisks, and then give them an attack move, and then I'm going to attack move with my Vorvalings. And because of the speed increase when moving towards enemy units, you have a really, really good opportunity to actually get the Vorvalings to move around and through the Hydras, or whatever is whatever your ranged support is, right? So I think you're going to see some really interesting, really fun micro fights in the battles, right? In PvP and PvAI, once we get the AI set up in a more intelligent way. I think you're going to see some really cool stuff, so I'm happy about where we're going. So to go back to what we were talking about earlier. So what is the logic behind branching out Connor, you have your 3-hatch Ultra that you were talking to me about earlier before I did that demonstration and run through of the melee AI. You have 3-hatch Ultra, branch 1, branch 2. For what reason would you use branch 1 first, or instead of branch 2? Like, what are the distinctions? I don't see an immediate explanation of that, but I'm assuming that you have one that's like maybe more economic or more heavy towards one unit or something like that. Also, you forgot to color code the supply numbers to be green in the first branch, it looks like. Oh, okay. So you would recommend branch 2 over branch 1? It looks like the branch 1 gives you faster upgrade timings because you go for 2 Evo chambers early on. And then you get the... Well, it looks like it's the gas in the second base. Oh, you're actually getting 3 Evo chambers. That's your second and third Evo chamber in the first branch. Whereas otherwise you're getting different stuff. So how come you're getting 3 Evo chambers in the second branch or the first branch? Is that in case you want to switch over to missile attack? Or in addition to what you're getting, get missile attack? I don't know if you have the gas to do that and get the Hydra upgrades and stuff. Does not seem super likely. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Did you end up updating the other... 1 gig Goon Expo looks similar. I wasn't sure if you had updated the Terran stuff yet. Yeah, it looks like 3 racks is in here. PBS. So it looks like for the Terrans you just condensed it. You haven't actually made changes. I didn't look super in depth. Thank you again for doing all that stuff. That's really nice.
Just adding another doohickey to the installation guide for fixing epic Windows 7/Windows 10 error. Okay, thanks for doing that outside my window, whoever you are. Oh, I see what you're saying, Connor. That's a pretty good, like a useful method of doing it. I might have to do that myself if I ever want to explore some of my own builds, some of my own ideas. Like I might want to try like a fast two Stargate scout or something. Kind of makes me feel bad that Protoss has to build a gateway and a cybernetics core and a Stargate, all just to build a Stargate, right? They have to build 3 structures, whereas Terran just have to do armory starport. But at the same time, the costs of Protoss stuff are such that I don't actually think it would matter, even if you could build a cybernetics core without a gateway. It would probably still result in death because you have no zealots to handle a rush. So, have I looked into the code you wrote? No, not yet. I'm just patching up a new issue here, or adding a new feature to the. And adding a new step of a walkthrough to the installation guide for fixing the issue that you had. Or not you. You might not have had this issue, but it's an issue with needing to run the game twice in order to get it to launch, which Balethal and DF had. DF found the solution.
Oh, you sent me another copy. Let's take a look. Well, the main issue is, what is the difference of building Cybernetics Core into Gateway versus Gateway into Cybernetics Core? There is no difference for Fast Dragoon because you're building the same two structures. The only difference is if you get caught with a Cybernetics Core first instead of a Gateway, then you suddenly are staring down the barrel of getting rushed with nothing to act as a reprisal. I guess you say you can't spend 100 minerals on Zealots, so you could put that on Assimilator. I think that's really the only... There's really not that many differences for that. The differences come from the fact that you could do Cybernetics Core, Assimilator, like 8 Pylon, 9 Gas, 11 Cybernetics Core, and then suddenly you've got access to like a fast Stargate or a fast Robo. It's just that Fast Stargate and then Scout is like the most ridiculous idea. Yeah, you could get a rush like that done with that change, but the problem is, like, I don't see much value in doing it. You know what I mean? Because you're probably just going to get rushed down and killed beforehand. It would be like a team game strat, I suppose, which I think is fine as an idea to support. Classic Firedraft. Just crashing for no reason. Yeah, I don't think it would be viable. It's possible. For sure it's possible, but I don't think it would be viable. Yes, I'm sure he would. And he would... And everybody else who had to play with Dawn as an ally would not approve that change for obvious reasons. So I guess I never finished cleaning that up. How embarrassing. So the reason why the evolution chamber bug happens, where as soon as you start an evolution chamber, maybe just removing must-have will fix it. I'm not sure, but basically it's because I have two different structures in the comparison, because mutation pits are going to be evolved. Evolved evolution chambers. Okay. Oh, okay. It works now. I don't know if it'll still work with mutation pits. So yeah, I guess I just had to fix that. Right, yeah. Team games where you can say, hey, I want to go for a late game psycho strat where I get, or an early game, like 2 carriers. If you guys can get some infantry and some mech, back me up, defend me. Especially in maps like Kakadu Port, where you have one player that starts out with double gas or more minerals or something, then it's like, oh, I can justify like doing a weird one base strat, you know? I think that could work out. Starcaller would be pretty useful for just walking in and channeling an attack, yeah. I guess the big issue with that unit that I'm not 100% sure how we'll resolve is, like, I don't really know how well to balance its basic attack. It should probably be more for, like... I would like it to be a single target damage dealer, but carriers are kind of single target. Like, you would focus all interceptors on the same target. So, I guess carriers are very different in the way that you would A-move with them, right? Because you're like, sort of walking, like, orb walking with a carrier, like a MOBA character or something. Starcaller has the ability called Planet Cracker that, well, at least that's what it's called right now. That's a placeholder name. I mean, even Starcaller itself is kind of a placeholder name because it's an action verb name. And I don't really like those. I'll find some other better unit name for it. But you morph your Stargate into a Starfield, and you can build this unit when you have a fleet beacon. It replaces the carrier in the Starfield's command card, so you can't build carriers and Starcallers from the same structure. And Starcallers have this Planet Cracker ability that is exactly what you think it is. It's this beam of destruction, basically a Protoss version of a nuke. It only affects... well, I think it would affect all units, probably including the Starcaller itself, which is one of the reasons why the Starcaller would have to be very, like, tanky in that sense. So it would probably be low DPS with its basic attack, maybe deal explosive damage or something so it could still be useful. But because I don't want you to spend all that money on the unit and then not be able to really use it, so I don't really know what would happen there. Yeah, I've played... Well, I think he's talking to Veek there. Obviously, I played the full toilet map because I showed it off, but I don't actually remember the Starcallers actually using their ability. Right now it only damages ground. But I was thinking it should also damage air units in the area and stuff. It should just be like almost a sacrificial thing where basically you channel for 10 seconds or something like that, and that channeling will result in the Starcaller itself dying if you allow it to go on for the whole time. But you could recharge its shields with a Bulwark while it's happening, or Defense Matrix it with a Terran ally, or Mind Controlled Azazel or something. Like, there's things that you could do to extend its lifespan if you really wanted it to, which you might want to do anyway for the sake of keeping the blast alive long enough. I think that would be a more interesting way to go about it. And, like, the Starcaller itself would be almost considered like a sacrificial idea or whatever. In a sense where, like, normally they do this shit from orbit, but they don't have the luxury of being in orbit right now. They have to be low orbit or like actually above the surface, directly above the surface, and so they get hit. Maybe I would also balance it out differently, that air units would take reduced damage or something. Right, yeah. I think maybe air units taking reduced damage would also allow for, like, Scourge and stuff to get in there, because otherwise the Scourge would just die to AoE. The channel time might be a little too long for their ability. I think maybe they should be able to... They will move pretty slowly. They'll probably move at the same speed as carriers. So maybe we just make it so that the ability channels, all it does is it powers down their weapon systems, but they still move the same speed. That might work out, or maybe it slows them to 50%, which means they would be really, really slow. Or, like, it slows them by the metric that Ensnare slows them. So I could see something like that. And I think maybe another measure of it was that the ability was supposed to drain energy or something over time. I don't know if it really matters, though, because if we're going to make it so that it damages itself as well, then I don't think that the energy thing needs to be its hindrance. It's like, oh, well, if my Starcaller is damaged, I'm going to kill my own Starcaller here. So, but then I feel like maybe you run out of any power gate that tells you, oh, I'm being surrounded by units. I should just activate this to deal as much damage as possible. But that's where the channel time perhaps comes in. Maybe I can get more DPS out of this unit by using its basic attack instead of the, locking out its weapon systems and also having a channel time on the Starcaller beam, the Planet Cracker. So there's a lot to balance around with that. I haven't really considered it too much. I haven't really thought long and hard about that unit in a while. I think looking back at it now, revisiting it now, it makes sense. Mind Control is already reworked. It's just not in the game yet. Iceware hasn't done the Dark Archon or Dark Templar changes yet. So if I open up I always go to my resources folder instead of the Hydra folder on my browser to find this stuff. So Dark Archon feedback is no longer cast. Maelstrom has a 2-second cast time of itself. I might reduce this to 1 second, but basically it'll create like a read on the ground, I think. I'm not really sure about that though, because it is basically an indicator, but we'll see how I want to balance that out. I think there would probably be like maybe instead of a 2-second delay, it might be a projectile that moves slowly or something, and so you can dodge the projectile itself. Yeah, the stun is now 4 seconds, which is a little under half of what it was. But it has an upgrade that applies a slow to them and also burns energy, so it works feedback into the Maelstrom ability. And the slow is obviously pretty useful for like intercepting them in that sense. And mind control is researched by default, costs 25 energy to activate, and drains energy of the caster depending on how much of the supply cost of the units that they've mind controlled. And once the caster is killed or runs out of energy, the units return to their original owner. So it is reworked pretty heavily. I've also decided that the mind control will slow the Dark Archon. I'm not sure if that will really stick, and I don't know by how much. Neural Parasite in the campaign was just mind control with a projectile. But Neural Parasite also had like 60 different uses. Neural Parasite was a timed buff in Wings of Liberty, where you had control over the unit for 6 seconds or something. So all you could do is either get a Nexus or get an SCV and just constantly resume building the command center. So that was what it was in Wings of Liberty multiplayer. Maybe they changed it to be like this in one of the other expansions. I know in Heart of the Swarm campaign it was just mind control. There was nothing different about it. But anyway, this isn't even really... I didn't know that Neural Parasite behaved in any capacity like what I'm talking about. In this case, you can mind control like 6 different units or whatever. Like it's 25 times 10. So you could in theory mind control 9 different units for a very short amount of time off of the same caster if he had full energy. So it's very different in terms of what the impact of a single Dark Archon can have to turn the fight. It's one of those things that I think will make them very fearsome, especially if you're banking energy on them, because you can just grab all of the units, which is one of the reasons why I think it's good to drain energy based on supply cost of units. Because if you just grab a bunch of zealots or something, you might have disruptive effects, but you're only grabbing 2 supply worth of units each time. Yes, they disabled it for massive units or something like that, but there is no... Or not massive, heroic units or something? There's some tag that the mothership only has. It's a really dumb gimmick. That's where they really have no idea how to balance stuff, where they add all these tags, and then they're like,
massive units crush force fields because it's a OP as a spell, but we want to keep it OP, but only against certain units.
Instead of just like maybe reworking how the ability works or something. It is heroic, yeah, okay. That's what I thought. It was like 1 tag. Yeah. It's really dumb. Like, instead of giving force fields health and making them like neutral, and so that you could focus on them, like that's a pretty valuable amount of time that you're having forcing your enemy to attack this unit that you've used as a block. Like, that's valuable. You get a lot of value out of that. But instead of that being the way that they solve it and making it so that maybe you could upgrade the health of force fields or the armor of force fields as the protest player if you wanted to help scale into late game, they made it so that some units just crush them. So some units just outmode the ability of force fields entirely. So fucking stupid. So stupid. I can't believe it. Like, just something different, man. Come on. Like, if I was going to implement force field, I don't think I will. I highly doubt it would ever show up in any of my projects. But maybe it does. And the way I would implement it is making it a targetable structure of some sort, a targetable terrain block or pathing block. That's what I would make the force field. I'd make it something that you could just target. Maybe there would be an upgrade that you could get that would either increase its tankiness or, fuck it, even better, allow the force field to relocate around the map. So you could create the force field at a location. Maybe your cast range is kind of low, so that the caster that's casting it needs to be close quarters. But then you can move it into a different location, and maybe it moves not very fast. You know, that could be something that you could do to try to like close in on your enemy with or something. But it's really, really dumb. Oh, yeah. And hallucination was really weird in Wings of Liberty. I don't know if they've changed it back to what StarCraft 1 hallucinations were. But where you just picked a fucking... you picked a unit from a command card to make a hallucination of? Instead of hallucinating a unit that you actually had. So people were hallucinating Phoenix to scout, amongst other things. As well as the infamous Hydra GG, where... half of the hallucination, or most of the hallucinated void rays were, or all of the void rays were hallucinations, or something insane. I don't know. It's been telephoned in my head. I don't really remember the original case, but it was pretty epic. That's so ridiculous to me that they did that. But whatever, I guess it leaves you with some interesting ideas. But then they were upset that hallucination was such a niche ability, so they just made it researched by default. It's like they didn't rework anything about it. They didn't make it more attractive in some other way. They just made it, oh, here you go. You have it researched. So then people just abused it for scouting. And suddenly Protoss was even more like imbalanced in that respect. So they just fucking scout with hallucinations. Like, I made hallucinations researched by default, but I reworked the entire fucking spell. So it's a little different. Anyway, I think I'm done being angry about StarCraft 2 tonight. And we will execute that. Listen, as much attention as my projects have gathered within the small clique that we have going on here with the Frauds Club and the YouTube channel and all the different streams and all that stuff, I really don't view my own abilities as a level designer to be, or like a tech tree designer or a game dev or whatever, like balancer or whatever. I don't view myself to be so far ahead of everybody else that I know better than these people that were selected. Like, that's not a premise that I come at with. I don't poison the well in that sense and just assume that I'm better than all these other people. But when you see the fucking result of StarCraft 2 being rebalanced around stupid shit all the time. Like, StarCraft 2 wasn't even half the game Brood War was. And these people made Brood War in some capacity. Like, it's the same company. They have access to the same resources, if not more resources. Why would they make a worse game that looks worse, performs worse, and ultimately just is worse, plays worse, feels worse, sounds worse? Like, come on. And then you get into balancing, and it's like in that small area where you're trying to balance around skill expression, they've completely warped the entire gameplay expression of the RTS. They've completely warped it. It's not even recognizable anymore. You're dealing with just utter shit. Where battles resolve in 2 seconds. And you've got these indicators that get thrown about with Protoss units and stuff. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Updating, reworking pathfinding systems so AI would take buildings into account. Yeah, that's something that we definitely need. We also need to just have them take units into account in some cases, like stationary units or something, like siege tanks. But I guess that's not usually an issue, but buildings would definitely be helpful. Which mineral field? Are you talking about this one? You can move around here. Top right corner, the natural. There is no natural in the top right corner? I'm open to you being correct, but I have no idea what base you're even talking about. Maybe you meant top left corner? But nothing is over there. There are like 4 or 5 bases with command centers. This one has everything acceptable. Yeah, all 4 of those are fine. This one down here is fine. I think those are the only ones with command centers in them. What mineral field? If you mean the middle one, yeah. Workers that are in that terrain block can mine from these 2. Workers in this terrain block can mine from those. So why would it not be acceptable? Yes, so EMP is supposed to deal 100 damage to energy and shields. Right now it wipes energy, and I think it also wipes shields. EMP is not supposed to wipe it completely. So if you EMP, like stasis itself is a shield. So just like defensive matrix. So EMP would reduce 100 shields in that. Yeah, I can't believe you didn't know that. That's you don't really see a lot of that in my maps, my campaign missions, but in melee maps you'll see that all the time because even though it's not very aesthetically pleasing to me, it's still important for a couple of other reasons. Oh, it's okay. You didn't really miss much. We were just shitting on Starcraft 2, and I can't even really say shitting on. We were providing constructive criticism. Unfortunately, it will never be learned from. It's like that guy that commented on my Zerg expansion part 3, start with 3, where he said that I was relentlessly shitting on the guy's campaign. It's like, I guess that's what constructive criticism looks like now, as well as a hearty amount of me complaining about how bad everything is. You know? The Canadification of the world. So there was actually something I wanted to take a look at, which is the rubble. I want to slightly reduce the duration of rubble in Hydra's stuff, so we're going to go and find that. Building rubble specifically. No idea where that is. Take away 3 weight 2-500s. Because we're epic. Yeah, I feel design is law was something else that somebody said, or was that the same guy? I don't even remember. I remember reading a comment that had that word in, or that phrase in it. Dude, every time I alt tab and I see this fuck emoji in my fucking deck, I get a little scared, man. Oh yeah, that was him. It was he posted in the second Epic Zerg Stealth mission. Yeah, it was. I don't even know what the what is even the context. But I think he's trying to make a joke or something. But I don't know. I have no idea. Well, it's similar to Defensive Matrix in that it creates a shield over the unit, but it's pretty distinct insofar as you're actually trying to... You if it's your units, I mean, you're mostly casting it on enemies. Color code for Zergid. Oh, that's good if you get like upgrades in a certain color, units in a certain color. Maybe you could just differentiate drone and overlord, so like supply and workers. Well, I guess you have buildings a certain color as well, so that's fine. So drone and overlord can be the same color. I don't mind that. But maybe military units that you have in there could be like a deeper blue or something. That might be useful, just so that at a glance you know. Oh, you actually have that same... You have like 3 sets of Zerglings in 3 Hatch Ultra. But then earlier it's like Zerglings, plus 3 Zerglings, different color. So never mind, it looks like you're just updating it slowly. But yeah, I think that's way better. Much more immediately understandable. Thanks for taking the time to do that. Definitely allows us to get a better understanding of what's going on and what's happening where. Yeah, no, that makes sense. You get like a good flow going where you know what you're supposed to be, like how you're supposed to be setting it all up. Makes sense. I was also thinking a bit back to the idea that I had a while ago as like either a research or an ability or something for Terran SCVs. It would be called like reclamation or something. And the idea that I had was, initially, I was like, well, I have all of these pre-placed Terran structures in the first 2 Terran missions for Hydra. I wish they could impact gameplay in some way other than potentially being infestable. Like, what if you could reclaim them? But then I was like, well, then they're not really present in the other things. So it doesn't really make any sense to do that. Except, what if you could reclaim enemy Terran structures, too? That could be like a niche strategy that the AI could use against you in some cases. Like, you get worker rushed by an AI that tries to reclaim your command center when it's below like 25% health or something. Though really, I don't even really know what it would end up being. I think the reclamation thing would be like, if you repair a hostile Terran structure, or so. I don't know exactly how I would do it. Any idea for the execution of the concept seems really flawed, because if it's repairing a Terran structure to full health, then you can, like, just those rules alone, you're looking at a situation where you're like, you attack a command center with an SCV and then reclaim it, and suddenly, oh, you have it. Yeah, so the add-ons would probably just transfer over to the new owner, honestly. But I think maybe what would happen for reclamation, it could be something like, you know how the SCVs move around the building site that they're on? Maybe they do that to the structure that they're reclaiming, and it, like, there's some visual indication of how close they are to completion, and it takes a certain amount of time. I kind of like that idea better, because then it's like, oh, it's a channel time for the reclamation. You got to do it for like 15 seconds or something. Maybe it's even longer. Maybe it depends on the structure you're reclaiming. So if it's like a bunker, it's super easy because it's like half the build time of the structure, and the bunker's pretty quick to build. But a command center or a barracks or something like that might be, it's going to take a little bit longer. And maybe the structure takes less time to reclaim if it also has less health. So maybe it's like seconds equal to half the build time, minus or further reduced by the percentage of health it's at. Like, I could see something happening there, potentially. And then reclaiming shit wouldn't have anything to do with repairing. And then, actually, you could repair your own structure as a way to increase the reclamation time or something like that. Right, then you're talking, like, Age of Empires conversion, I think. So I don't know how I would do that. Maybe that would be a way to visualize the reclamation process, but I don't know that it would be doing a different damage type. Put in a monkey, What's up, Mutisism? Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your 2-hour meeting lunch. Yeah, so I think the problem with that idea is, as attractive as it is for me, like, I really don't know how to build it into the game in a way that feels good. Maybe something as early as an engineering bay would be the requisite for it, or like similar to how evolution chambers allow for burrowing. Although that's only temporary anyway. So maybe instead it would end up being something like, yeah, I don't know. That's really weird. Well, we can add as many stats as we want to. I just don't think it would make sense from a gameplay standpoint to add a unique stat that only other Terrans can interact with. And I don't think it makes sense to make it so that other races can interact with it. So the solution is not to make it even more of an large-scale mechanic that interacts in a lot of different scopes. I think the solution is to find a way to build this niche mechanic into the game. And so we could do this, if we ended up doing this mechanic, we see into the future, right? Regardless of how it's implemented, we know Terran units can do it to Terran buildings, Terran SCVs can do it to Terran buildings. Well, obviously in PvP, that's only going to show up as, in player versus player, that will only show up in TVT matchups. But there's team games, there's plenty of stuff like that. There's also the opportunity for us to place Terran buildings that are maybe half health, or maybe 75% health or something, around the map that can be reclaimed as a map-specific way to favor Terrans in some capacity. As well as, obviously, if there's a command center, it favors Zerg in a sense, because then you have infested command centers. No, I don't think it makes any sense to have that. Because why would you reclaim... Why would a Zerg drone reclaim a Terran command center or any sort of other capacity like that? That doesn't make any sense. Like, it doesn't really fit as a game mechanic that way. So I'm still not 100% sure about that, but... I'll think more on it. We'll see what happens. Alright, so we're redoing the 3-hatch Ultra because Connor updated it.
What's up, deal?
Well, infestation probably should be a behavior. The problem is I don't really like that opens up a very different can of worms where you're basically adding in like a billion different units. So unless infested structures provide a different kind of experience or provide a different kind of result, it probably needs to stay a unit bound thing specific to command centers just for the sake of brevity, right? Sort of like a grandfathered in, not a great design decision on Blizzard's part, but not one that I'm super interested in resolving, and not one that I think we gain a lot by removing either. Like, there's plenty of shit that I've decided to remove or basically replace functionality with. Like, I've replaced Lockdown with something completely different. I've replaced a bunch of stuff like that. So, I've shown that I'm not gun shy about that. I'm not shy to say, hey, you know what I'm going to do is completely remove this thing that Blizzard did. I don't really mind that much about that. But in this case, the fix for it is a lot of design overhead that might result in adding like an entire new set of units to the game that we can't afford based on the data extenders or the data arrays that we have, the data extenders that we don't have. But also just in general, we like that is a pretty big overhead bit, you know. So I'm open to the idea of potentially exploring it way later on, but we would have to also figure out, like, that would be almost like if I didn't feel like working on my own RTS and Hydra was done, and I decided to make a Hydra expansion pack, where instead of doing Brood War, I just did my own shit, but I also added a bunch of new units, including, like, that stuff would be reflected in Melee as well, including infested infested versions of other units, and maybe some other stuff that would... Like, that would be a very Zerg-specific thing, and then we would just have, like, a bunch of new Terran units and a bunch of new Protoss units as well. So, like, that would be something that maybe then I would consider. But I don't think that it's even necessary. I think once Hydra is done, insofar as all the tech tree stuff is taken care of, and we've evaluated it and reworked it as much as necessary, we'll just have a really strong foundation of a game state that if we make any other additions to it will be, like, campaign-specific things for... the Deerfucker maps or in Consummate or something like that. So, obviously in Consummate will probably be done way before Hydra will be, but considering the theory of, like, having furthers of all the campaigns or whatever, I'm probably going to make some tech tree changes eventually to add in new Protoss units for the Nerazim or something, like a new Nerazim faction. But you are right. I mean, infestation should be more of a mechanic than a single unit gimmick. It's just that there's not really anything that we can do about that right now. That's one of those things that, while we could really dive deep into the on-paper mechanistic aspects of it, try to figure out, like, here's what we can do to change that mechanic, here's what we can modify, here's how we can make it more interesting and more dynamic, and offer more solutions to players, and offer another attractive reason to build queens, and build on the racial thematics and all that stuff. It's not something that we need to worry about right now, I don't think. We could do some really boring, low-hanging fruit stuff, like making infested structures spawn broodlings, the way that I think there's some co-op Starcraft 2 shit that does that or something. Or that might just be a behavior from a campaign mission. I don't really remember. There's something like that that happened in a really dumb environment. But I don't think we should necessarily be doing that either. I think infested units, maybe infested units spreading creep and spawning larvae might be like infested production structures doing that. That might be like a very low-hanging fruit thing that we can do that will still provide you with some way to feel like you're taking over the opponents. And all it has is a select larva function, you know, and spread creep function and stuff. And command centers would obviously, I think they already do this right now, but they would inherit mineral. Like the resource depot thing where you can drop off resources to them. I think that would be fine. But providing like units that you could train in addition to that, like basically infested Terrans, but different kinds of units depending on what structure you've infested. Now, I've got an idea to do that for Nemesis Omega, amongst other things. Like, I've got plenty of ideas that would include that stuff, but I don't know that they would be balanced in the capacity. I guess if they were strong, or overly strong, perhaps, the reason why they would be like that is because of the opportunity cost associated with not only getting them in the first place, but also keeping the production structures alive, since it's not like you can just endlessly re-infest them, because once they die, they die. That could work. But, again, we don't have the unit entries for that sort of thing, so... Until we have that, until the technical limitations are less breathing down our neck, we'll be shit out of luck there. I will keep my eye out on it, though. I'll keep my subconscious thinking about that sort of thing. And in the meantime, maybe you can just spawn the infested command center overlay and spawn larva and creep. And that can be enough. So maybe infestation would only work for factories, and you wouldn't be able to infest anything else. See? You got me thinking about it. For a second, I thought this song was like just some guy going, but it's actually an instrument. Impressive. Your 3-hatch Ultra guide has us get gas 4 times. Branch 1 has 3 gas, but there was already a gas in the beginning. You have a 28 gas, 26 gas, and 43 gas. I don't think we expand to a 4th, so... Unless I'm missing something.
That's a weird audio effect. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea.
Hey, you're me. Only I can BRB gotta pee. Alright, so I guess the 2-hatch Ultra thing is kind of shite. We'll test out this build in a second when it's taken care of here. Need to finish it, of course. I definitely got better at writing these build orders in a way that actually makes sense for the AI. It took me a little bit to adapt to the way I was writing the AI, or just the way the AI needs to be written, basically, especially with this system, but just in general with regards to AI. And obviously, like, trying to adapt what a player's instructions would look like, because these builds would work if the player wanted to follow them. So trying to adapt that here was a little challenging at first, but that's okay. Did we get metabolic boost at any point? Oh yeah, it's up here. Beginning. I'm not actually using the can static variable anywhere yet, although I think I might be for these guys. Oh no, I think that was only... I haven't actually done anything with the melee AI with that yet. That was just a something I started for the Rainer script, which I didn't end up actually getting any work done today on, but that's alright. Okay. Let's give it a shot here. So, Swarm 2. So we know the BBS one works okay. So maybe we should do... I want to see 3 racks again, I think. So we'll do this, which is 2, 2. Big screen time, boys. The last bit of the stream here, we are going to be going after this. We are demonstrating... Hold on, let me go ahead and reset to make sure that the 3H Ultra... Okay. So, we are demonstrating the ever lovely 3 racks M&M. Top left, Terran. Top right, Zerg. Also on the same team as top left, Terran. Going to be the 3-hatch Hydra. Bottom left, Teal Protoss. And bottom right, Purple Zerg are on the same team. Teal Protoss is 1-gate Goon Expo. And bottom right, Zerg, Purple is 3-hatch Ultra, which we are testing for the first time because I just redid it from Connor's latest specifications. What's up, UED Commander? Welcome. I believe this might be the first time you've seen Hydra's melee AI, or maybe the first time you've seen Hydra's melee AI in the last week, which means it might as well be the first time because it's received some pretty fucking significant changes. So we're going to take a look. Expansion leaving now. A little later for Purple, but that's alright. He was waiting on his Overlord, it looks like. So my YouTube video where I completely exposed his email really did help, huh? Did it communicate to him the silliness of his claims? It's funny that he reached out to you and not to me again. Maybe he was worried that I would show his second email on stream. But I also have not actually responded to his email. I was going to do it at some point later, but just didn't get around to it. Yes, cock. Nice guy. Well, if he's still actually interested in updating his campaign, that's one thing. It's pretty amazing. Hopefully he ends up doing something actually worthwhile with it. I am amazed that he apparently forgot to include his Brood War scripts bin and modified dat file and all that shit. And then was like, hey, it looks like you're playing without my mod files that I didn't send you. Nice navigation there, buddy. It was really good. Anyhow, neither here nor there. We're witnessing some actual AI. Gotta love the fast singularity charge. Nice timing there. What will be most interesting to me is whether or not we see some really sick medic play coming out of here, where if they have like 2 medics with their Marines, they might actually crush the Protoss in the early game. I kind of doubt it now. The first the BBS timing from the previous tests that we did were pretty sick, where they had like 8-9 Marines in their base at the time where they only had 2 Zealots and a Dragoon, but because they don't kite, it doesn't really matter. In this case, they're presumably going to hit with a much harder first attack, but it's going to be after the Protoss have already started their expansion. They've already got 4 units out, a 5th one on the way. They're going to have probably 2 completed gates, if not 3, by the time that the first attack hits as well. And maybe, for all I know, the first attack will go towards purple anyway, so, you know, time will tell. Yeah, if you don't mind, just spending a bit more time fixing those up, that would be great. And yes, Iquare, Azazels with Sublime Shepherd will be really useful for tanks. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I was thinking I should probably add the shit. I should probably shit campaign that one, just to be safe. Can you look into why Zerglings keep spinning like this? They're not actually stuck. They move just fine if an enemy unit is nearby. But for whatever reason, Zerglings just fucking spin when they finish morphing. It doesn't happen with other units. I don't know why it's like that. I feel like somehow we changed the collision radius of eggs or something, and that... Because I've seen some other issues with eggs in general. So here's the first attack from our AI, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Oh, this guy might be a guard. He's a guard. 21 supply attack as the first attack. However, there's already 5 goons. So. Oh, this is actually super deadly. They've got medics. They've got a fire bat on the front lines, killing off all the Zerglings. It's going to contend with the Zealot. Boy, we might have a first strike that's super successful in the early stages of the game. More Zerglings are here, but I don't think they're going to be enough. Ahmed coming in with 2 kills, pulling down the shields of those Dragoons in the back line, softening them up for the Marines. I don't think they've got it. I think it's over. It's over. There's nothing left. Not even a Reaver. And there you go. It's it. He did it. He fucking bullied his way to victory, dude. Ahmed's in the mineral line. Can Teal figure out how to attack with probes? No, Iquare hasn't added that functionality into the game yet. It's over. I often say I should do some Starcraft casts, but you know. Yes. Well, the build order assumes that it can riposte attacks, but this is a nasty first attack with the medics. This is the Artosis special, where you do bio against Protoss and win. Run for install those. No, the assimilator doesn't blow up. That's the refinery, silly. The assimilator does something a little different. The assimilator just vanishes and refunds your money. some reinforcements on the way. Nice, was that 6 Marines? They already have the range upgrade. 6 Marines. You got another gaggle over here. Like 7, plus an Ahmed, plus a medic. I don't know what to do! I'm just spinning because I'm victorious against Protoss for the first time in my life. And they just got +1. It really is over, boys. I mean, there's a lot of Zerglings here. At any point, if Purple wanted to defend his ally, he probably could. Unfortunately, he got Ahmeded.
Ahmed walked away with...
see you, nerd. See ya. Yeah, I know. That's the power of the 3 racks, dude. I don't think he has another barracks anywhere. It's all from 3 barracks. Oh, look, he's even got a ghost. That's cute. You know, just in case any more zealots showed up, didn't get immediately destroyed by all the Ahmeds. Look at the AI, he's like, I gotta expand. Hold on. I don't think there's a spare flinging for the pennant, but even if there was, it would be weird to implement one of the race's macro mechanics and not all of them. So that was kind of a 1v2, but it was more like a 1v1 because there was no real resistance brought upon by the Zerg. Yeah, is it any wonder that you have like a really hyper early game Terran build and a mid game Zerg build against a mid game Protoss build and a mid to late game Zerg build, and somehow the early stuff wins? Like, it's not really that surprising to me. I don't even know what happened over here. Corpses don't have team colors, so... Hi. Bullied beyond recognition. Even more bio. Still on 3 racks. He doesn't care. He's just pumping units, okay? What's his money? Oh, he's got money. We didn't even get to see any Ultralisks. Very sad. Well, like I said, Cyprians need to be reworked. They're not useful whatsoever right now. Yeah, fuck that egg. Whatever that egg is, fuck it. Okay, it's just... I think his build order is still going, and so until he gets to the point where he has... actually, let me take a look at that. He should actually be... Oh yeah, he's getting a factory. And a starport. So yeah, oh yeah, well, you know, you called him out, so he immediately had to fix his error. By building production in every base. It's over. Oh, there's 1 drone left. Hi. It's pretty epic. Well, we didn't really get a chance to see the 3-hatch Ultra. I'll have to test that out later today off stream. But that was pretty satisfying. Fucking first run of the 3 racks Marina Medic that I've seen in a while. Like a couple days, I think. Maybe I tested it 2 days ago, but it's pretty good to see that it was still able to throw down and Just completely annihilate the Terrans. I mean, the Protoss. That was nuts when he came up there. He had the perfect fire bat positioning. Just beautiful. Mwah. Benissimo. The 4-gate would annihilate it. The 4-gate is really fucking strong. I don't even remember what 4-gate is. I think it's 1. Just because that won't take very long at all, I will do that. Yeah. I'll speed up a little bit. So, same thing across the board, except the Protoss are 4-gating. They're gonna get here before there's like more than a couple Marines, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe I will be very wrong. But I'm almost 100% certain that this AI just fucking butchers people. Because the AI doesn't know how to defend with its workers. So, this is justice for the Protoss players, okay? This is some reprisal happening, okay? You got your 3 racks? Well, I got my 4-gate. See ya, nerd. Looks like it's macroing it just fine. I mean, again, it has a slight resource multiplier. It gets 10 minerals per return instead of 8, which is the only cheat that it has over players. But that's just because it's so really terrible with unit control. It's just that Zealots don't need to be fine controlled. They can be A-moved and forgotten about, as you can see by the fact that it has 7 of them already. Yeah, you would have to stagger cycles more. You'd probably have like 6 Zealots instead of the 9 that he's got. But still, like, look at the army that's here. He's got nothing. He's got less Marines than there are Zealots. There's still more trickling in, and he's attacking the other player too. He's like, fuck this, dude. I'll 1v2. I don't give a fuck. That's funny. Oh yeah, chase that SCV. Oh, don't worry, there's a medic now. All of his prayers have been answered. Hi. Aha. Classic. Oh. He split his units in a really stupid way, but that's okay, I guess. Just walking on by, don't mind me. And if you think the follow-up isn't just as brutal, well, he's only slowing down a little bit because he had to expand. But now he's getting a cybernetic score. And it's over. I mean, he's already done a crippling blow to the army of the Terrans. Oh, what's up, Felty Ink Fantastic? Thanks for making a giant monkey sound. I wonder who made that sound. Well, they've sort of stabilized. They're still got a loose zealot from the first attack running around. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I can't even kill shit. Meanwhile, don't worry, guys. We got some circlings here. And some zealots. Oh, they're metabolic boostlings too. And there you go. Now we have seen death. I can do a quick test to make sure, but I'm pretty sure it's like before 4 minutes. It might be at 4 minutes. Remember that the early game is slightly accelerated from having 6 starting workers and 100 starting resources, but it's still pretty fucking fast to have 9 zealots banging down your door. This build kills me, so... Meanwhile, here's the second wave. Fucking hell. He's got a single Dragoon with him. Hi. How are you? I'm afraid you underbuilt Achmeds, my man. Not only for the Zerglings, but for the Zealots that are now rampaging through your base. This is 11 Zealots in his natural. He's somehow... oh, he's got a Ghost. He might survive, but his natural won't. 11 Zealots and a Dragoon. Protoss units are so fucking strong. Yeah. AI is really dumb with its unit movements. There we go. The Ghost in action, boys. You didn't bring an observer. See you, nerd. Oh yeah, Ghost targeting the big unit. What could go wrong? Nice, Iquare. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed the little AI peep show that I have prepared here. So ghosts have cloaking research by default, and now that once you have access to an armory and an academy, you can build the covert ops from the barracks to train ghosts from the barracks. Obviously, it means that you need a covert ops attached to it. But ghosts have a host of other exciting changes that are coming soon. So surprisingly enough, despite the fact that the AI was really dumb with its first Zealot wave, it's okay. Like, it managed to not completely annihilate the enemy. Like, the enemy was able to sort of stay alive. Uh-oh. There's a single fire bat with medics. So, bye. Meanwhile, no lockdown yet. Yeah. Ghosts are pretty ubiquitous now. You can do... nukes also only require Armory and Academy as well. Nuke Silo only requires that. So, totally reasonable if what you want is... you know, fast nuke rush. That's actually a build that the AI will do, but they don't do it super well yet. So, alright, it took a little bit longer than it should have. But, you know. I think it's pretty decided at this point. There's no coming back from that. I mean, in theory, the Zerg could help, but... who will win? Duel of Fates. See you, nerd. Ahmed, no! Ahmed didn't deserve that. Meanwhile, 4 Dragoons have backed up these 2 women into a corner and brutally destroyed them. That was a firing squad. What the fuck? Alright. We'll go ahead and restart. I want to see what that timing is for the Zealots. So yeah, this is like 3.5 minutes when the Zealots roll up. This is 5100 when they walked up the ramp, which is 3.54 minutes. There you go. There are Zealots. I almost feel like Zealots, you should have to upgrade your gateways into principalities to make Zealots because of how fucking strong they are. But yeah, I won't do that. I'll just make it so that the principality, maybe I'll like reduce the build time of it or something. Templar personality means a lot of gateway units, so it's like gateway spam. It's not only just a lot of what would you call it? It's not just a large number of gateway units, but it is also a decided focus on things like Templar spellcasting, hallucination focused spellcasting in the early game, stuff like that. So yeah, they will have ephemeral blades earlier than other AI would if they were to go. Like the general AI does also use what do you call it? The ephemeral AI or the general AI uses ephemeral blades eventually, and they also use Templar, but they don't use them in the same way that the Templar AI does. The Templar AI focuses on like ephemeral blade not archons necessarily, but also ultralisks if they have allied ultralisks, tanks, stuff like that. And they also will cast Psystorm on with a different set of conditions than the general AI do. So there's a little bit of a change of plans there depending on the personality. So yeah, that was a nice little sneak peek. You see 3.5 minute 9 zealot attack. Love that. Love to try to defend against that. See, if you can actually use workers to attack the enemy units, you can defend against that. That is possible. But, you know. And anyway, that's that. So, we didn't really work on Rainer's AI at all today. I guess that'll be tomorrow. We did manage to update some build orders, get some stuff done for the planning of the new AI features, and try to figure out exactly what we would be doing to improve AI editing in general, improve the melee AI scripts so that they're more performant. They perform better in gameplay, but also are better looking visually, better like constructed in a more intelligent manner so that it's easier to read and easier to understand and digest. Yes, there are idle orders, hallucination casts. So if I do... So we do it on Siege Mode, Paladin, Wyvern, Battlecruiser, Archon, Reaver, Carrier, Starcaller, Lurker, Guardian, Devourer, Ultralisk, Kassan, Screamer. And then we have a less powerful one, or one that's a lower priority, Ghost, Siege Tank, not in tank mode. Goliath, Wraith, Zealot, Dragoon, Hierophant, Dark Templar, Scout, Hydralisk, Basilisk, I might move Dark Templar up to the higher tier one because the hallucinated DTs would be pretty useful. Yes, they have Research Ascendancy. I don't know about Prismatic Shield. What does that mean? Do you mean if I added the functionality? I have not. But if you want to do all of the macro upgrades, I'd be happy to allow you to do that, for whatever that means. Because I made Prismatic Shield. There was Prismatic Shield. There was... it. Rapid Reconstitution was another one. That's pretty easy to add. I could add that, actually. But the one that I'm not sure about is the repair rate upgrade for SCVs. Fusion Sealer is the upgrade. It grants SCVs 150% repair rate. So that's the other one that I added recently. So if you want to throw that stuff in there, be my guest. But I know you're in the middle of working on other things, so I'll look into it at some point. I guess what I can do is go into the upgrade ID file. I don't think so. I think it'll be really useful for saving tanks in the middle of fights. Mech armies are going to use that a lot. Obviously, AI can't use it right now because they can't really bring SCVs to repair shit on the front lines, but eventually we'll add AI for that. It will be on the engineering bay. It will require a science facility. It's not implemented yet. I think malediction is 116. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I'll be killing the stream for now. Thanks everybody who hung around and obviously contributed to this stuff. Connor for the build orders, Icor for the code, Veek for the pseudocode, and everybody who just in general. You guys like hang out and you act as a nice sounding board for me. You tell me when I'm going too far with too wacky ideas. You guys have some wacky ideas of your own that make me think about shit. It's really great. It's actually really, really useful for soaking it all in and just figuring out what the public consensus is for this stuff. So hope you guys enjoyed the shows that I had for you. I certainly did. We're going to be back tomorrow with another one. Until then, wait for some more video content to crop up later today. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye.